All right, I'm going to call this meeting of the Tipp City Exempted Village Schools Board of Education to order. The time is 6 p.m. Mr. Stefanik, it's my understanding we have some guests to lead the pledge and provide a brief presentation for tonight's meeting.
We do. We have members of Broadway Elementary, and we have Miss Smith here. And if she would like to introduce her group, that would be great.
Yeah, so we have a group of third graders here tonight to do the pledge, and then Miss Fresco is here also with, she's their teacher for gifted, so they are going to be sharing some of the projects they're doing. So we'll let them go to the front. They want to introduce themselves when they do their projects.
Okay.
So I'm going to let them do that. But if you guys want to come right up here and stand and face the flag, you guys can lead us in the pledge before we start. They're a little nervous.
Don't be. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. If you can all rise for the pledge led by our students, please.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Do you want me to start?
Is it okay if they share the
Yes,
projects?
please.
Okay. I'm Amy Gresco. I've been teaching in Tipp City for quite some time. I now am assigned to and love the E3, which is what we're calling, it's an enrichment program for the gifted children, identified children in Tipp City. These are my third graders. And how many? Oh, they're count. Just so you know, we practiced today and they count my ums. So
I like that.
I talk all day to these guys and know. Okay, thank you, Miles. One. Okay.
Love it.
Anyway, so they have worked on tiny houses. And they will tell you what they've learned in terms of the standards that we've covered. And then on May 2nd, we have the opportunity to go to the high school and see the two tiny houses that have actually been built and I assume been sold or taken. So Mr. Kitchen is going to take us into his room and we're going to spend a couple hours there in, you know, the real world. So I'm going to leave that now to you guys. Lakin.
Hi.
You're all, why don't I?
Hi, I'm Lakin Pitts. I go to school at Broadway Elementary School and I'm in Mrs. Gresco's enrichment class. For our tiny house project, we got together in groups of our choice and two groups got together as the client and the builder. In interviews, the client asked the builder what they would want and the builder asked a few questions as well. After the interviews, the builder started building based off of what the client wanted. An example of what a client wanted was what I have created. My client wanted 2 beds, a TV, a dishwasher, an oven, a couch, 2 sinks, one in the bathroom and one here, and a toilet in their bathroom. I also added a hinge so that they can look into their house model from the roof as they wished. Everything we put into our tiny houses are to scale. I really enjoy doing this project and I'm super excited to be doing some more project-based learning next year.
Great.
Hi, I'm Isaiah and this is Nicholas.
Hello.
We're third grade students in Mrs. Gresco's enrichment class. So with our clients, as she said, we asked them what they wanted, but then we had them to scale. So we cut them out of foam board using an X-Acto knife and we had them so the fridge, I also I put foam board so that on the sides of it so that it could be to the height, and we designed all of them with our clients and planned where they're gonna be with our clients.
Very good.
I'm Miles. I'm in third grade at Broadway. Isaiah and Nicholas were my
Your client?
clients, yeah. And they were really helpful through it. And the scale was for a foot, it would be turned into an inch, and and the tiny houses are 12 by 20 inches big, and it would help you in the real world. For some people to be an engineer, and it would make it a little bit easier when you do it. Hello, we are students from Broadway Elementary, and Mrs. Fresco's third grade gifted class. I'm Vivian. I'm Charlotte. And I'm Nicole. We are working on project-based learning. We had a couple things we could choose from, and we chose the tiny house. Our client Lakin wanted her house to be specific, so she sent us a photo on our Chromebooks about how she wanted it to be. And it was interesting to do the kitchen because she wanted the kitchen to be underneath the staircase. And the couch is in the back, and on the flap, there's a TV. So when the flap is up, TV is facing the couch. We all needed our house 12 by 20 inches and the inches were feet. Any questions?
So thank you for having us. They are a fabulous group of third graders, and there is a lot in their real world waiting for them. So thank you guys.
You guys did it.
Thank you for coming before your activities and giving us
Yes,
this
thank you, guys.
presentation. Hope you guys have a great night and the rest of the school year.
Thank you. Good luck at your soccer game.
Good job, guys.
Good job.
Very good.
Thank you.
Next item is 1C, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Foxfire. Actually, it's 1B. Attendance of the board members could take it to this place.
Amber Drum. Here. Teresa Dunaway. Absent this evening. Rick Maines.
Present.
Simon Patrick.
Here.
And Zakor. Here. Okay, we have a quorum and we can begin our meeting.
Now 1C, approval of agenda. Is there a motion?
I motion.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Prior to discussion, I just want to make one note. In the consent agenda, under 8O overnight out-of-state trips, the agenda was initially published with a typo under term at Lexington High School. It previously said Lexington, Kentucky, but it's the state of Ohio. I'd like to thank the community member who emailed us to notify us of that issue. It was modified by the administration. No motion was made, but if anybody has an issue, we could always move to amend it officially, but I think it's fine if it's okay with everybody else. With that being said, Mrs. Drum,
I'm good.
Mr. Maines,
Fine.
Mrs. Zakor,
Yeah, I just have one question. I don't think I've seen this before. New on number 12, new business number 2. We have 2 new business sections.
yeah, we've broken it down like this before, typically after the amendment of the agenda, not prior to the meeting. But it constitutes new business, but because of the availability of some of the participants of the executive session, we have to break up our new business into 2 sections.
Yeah.
Anything else, Mrs. Zakor?
No, thank you.
Any further discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Mains,
Yes.
Country,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
agenda is approved. The presentation for Broadway students has already occurred, and so the next item on the agenda is 2B, TSEP report. Mr. Stefanik, did you want to introduce our guests?
Yes, this evening we have invited representatives from the TSEP program. It's led by Director Teresa Litton to talk about their program that is housed at the central building on the Broadway campus. Litton, you can work whenever you're comfortable.
Thank you.
You can take that clipboard.
Okay. Thanks. Good evening. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Teresa Litton. I am the sector director at the Tipp City Enrichment Program. I would like to thank Mrs. Zakor for extending the invitation for us to speak tonight because I am highly passionate about TSEP and the importance of early childhood education across the board. So I just think this is a great opportunity and great timing for us to kind of share what we do and the history of TSEP. The Tipp City Enrichment Program was established as a non-profitable charitable organization in 2007 as a partnership between Tipp City School Districts, Tipp Monroe Community Services, and our previous executive director, Martha Reaver. Martha partnered with your then superintendent, Dr. Cronow, and TMCS to provide a safe, low-cost educational childcare program for children of the Tipp City School District. Martha's views were very strong that TSEP was not a latchkey program. That's what a lot of people call us, and a lot of people think it is, but we're more than that. We are an educationally based program for before and after school care, preschool, and also during the summer. When I look back at the history to get some facts for tonight, I found it interesting that the initial budget for 2007 was based on having 25 full-time students in the program. However, the enrollment for that very first year exceeded 90 students.
Wow.
Since then, our enrollment has hit as high as 151 students in preschool through 5th grade. Our preschool program has expanded from 1 preschool classroom to 2 preschool and 2 pre-K classrooms, as well as the 5 before and after school classrooms we have for kindergarten through 5th grade. In the beginning, through the partnership, the Tipp City schools had offered TSEP many advantages for the community. We had the low rent building that we're using. We had transportation for our field trips. We used the gym at Broadway Elementary, so when we couldn't go outside and it was raining. And we had the Broadway cafeteria for our preschool lunches even. As with everything, a lot has changed in the last 16 years, and of course, COVID was a big part of why a lot of those things changed. But TSEP has still stayed a strong force in the community. We no longer have the school transportation for field trips, the gym, or the cafeteria. In 2018, our rent was increased by 300% with our new lease. But despite those disadvantages, in 2018, we also applied for accreditation through the state and were named a 2-star step up to quality program. So in 2019, I figured we'll outdo ourselves. So we applied again and we became one of the only 5-star step up to quality programs in Miami County.
We're able to continue to hold that accreditation for a lot of reasons, but mainly because of our highly qualified staff. All of my teachers, myself, and my assistant all have degrees ranging from an associate's degree all the way up to a master's in education with a school counseling focus, which really comes in handy. Our teachers' aides also hold childcare development accreditations, which is not mandatory by the state, but it is for our program for a 5-star. Or they are teachers who are enrolled in educational programs at the local colleges. They work before and after school for us. They work in the summer and then they go on to become teachers, some even in this district. In March of 2020, at the start of the pandemic, actually, we were proud to say we only had to close for 10 weeks. And then we returned to our summer programming on June 1st. That summer, we started our free student counseling program to help any of our school-age children retain their skills over the summer. And we're going to continue to hold that tutoring again this year. It is with 2 licensed school teachers from another district who come into our district over the summer, and they work one-on-one with any child who is enrolled in the program and needs that extra help. So we returned to school that fall again, right after the pandemic. And at that time, the state limited how many children we were allowed to have. So at that time, we only came back with 99 students. We've struggled, just like everyone else, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, and all along with staffing, building issues. We are maintaining a solid, steady enrollment of 103 children right now. That's with a wait list. So that doesn't mean that only 103 children need the care. It means we can only service 103 children based on usable rooms in the building, as well as qualified teachers to staff those classrooms. Whenever I have the opportunity to speak to our families at tours or people like you tonight, I always want to express how impressed a lot of our parents are with how we differ from an actual daycare or childcare center. Our emphasis is on education with a big emphasis on social emotional learning. Our children are all assigned to classrooms with less than 18 students per room to better suit their needs. That is a lower ratio than what the staff says we have to do, but we feel it's necessary. We don't like the idea of just throwing them to a big gym and say, everybody go play and we not know what's going on. Our preschool and our pre-K students have 2 teachers to every 14 students, which is twice what the state says that we have to have. Those students are evaluated and assessed within 30 days of their enrollment with the Brigant screening. This is a screening that will show us any red flags that they may have for early indications of problems. It can be anything from sight and hearing to, a disorder of not being able to process their information, anything like that. We don't diagnose, that's not our jobs. We just let the parents know that there is a possibility the child may need a little extra help before getting into kindergarten. We also do parent-teacher conferences. We hold those twice a year. That's to ensure that the children are working towards meeting their goals. Every child gets at least 2 goals a year. A lot of that's based on self-regulation skills, social emotional learning. We teach that and we model that every day from day 1. That way, when they're done with pre-K, they're not just kindergarten ready, but our thought is they're school ready. And there's a big difference. And I think most educators would agree that that is a very important skill nowadays. Our fall 23-24 preschool classrooms have been full since the 3rd week of enrollment, which started in January. And I still today had 4 people call for 4-year-olds enrollment. So our wait list is established and gets longer every day. Our before and after school classrooms are almost full for K through 5th grade. We do have a few openings there. Since I was appointed director in 2018, this will be the 3rd time I've been through a building campaign with the district. And each time we get a little nervous. We find that during these times, most of our families believe that we are a part of Tipp City Schools, not just a partnership. So they get a little confused on, are you going? Are you staying? Will you exist? you know, they depend on us. A lot of people, 151 kids is a lot of people not knowing where we're going to be and if we're going to have a future. So we get a lot of questions. And it persuades their votes. So that's why we thought this would be a good time to talk to you guys about what we do and how important it is that we stay in the district, but also how important Tipp City schools are to us. We depend on your partnership, or at least another entity's partnership to exist. Being a nonprofit charitable organization, we can't exist on our own. It's not financially possible, and what we would have to charge the parents of this district to keep their children if we had to pay for everything on our own. So we need your support as much, and the community's support to keep going. There's always more potential too of what we can provide for the district. I know the cost of childcare is just going up every day. We hear more, we get more calls from other centers saying our prices have been raised. What are yours? I know the district teachers have to be looking for less expensive ways to provide safe and secure care for their children and close to where they work. That's something we can do. In addition, we can collaborate with the Miami County Educational Service special needs preschools. We can collaborate with them because a lot of their students come to us after they're done with their half-day program. If we're collaborating with them, we're seeing their IEPs. We know what these children need to work on. So not only do they work on it in the morning or in the afternoon at their Miami County ESC class, they can work on it with us. We can continue to do that, and they can get a whole day's worth of work instead of just a half a day. So we all realize the importance of new schools. Absolutely. We know that more than anybody because we're in one of your oldest buildings. And we recognize also, though, that childcare in Miami County and across the nation is in ruins. I just spoke with an administrator a couple weeks ago in another Miami County district, and she's like, I wish we could find a way to form a before and after school program. We need it desperately. Our dedication and advancement over the past 16 years has provided a lot to the Tipp City schools, and we hope to continue to provide that for you in any way we can. So we look forward to have future meetings with you and hope that we can continue to be here. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer anything.
Any questions, comments?
No, go ahead.
Well, I do, of course.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mrs. Moore.
Thank you. Have you been in any of the discussions with the facility planning?
We have not. I have two of my board members with me here tonight, Mindy Lebrecht, my president, and Melissa Hennessy is our secretary. We have been to the facility meetings where the community came and we sat and listened, and that's where one of the big eye openers was that a lot of the community, when they heard pre-K through 3 building, they thought it was us, and we're like, no, that's not us, that's special education. So that's basically coming being put in place for the Miami County Service Center. So, but we have not been in any further discussion though.
Would you like to be?
Certainly, that would. No problem.
So you're saying right now you have 103 children enrolled with a wait list.
That is correct.
And so I just wanted to make sure I understood, because you went through a lot of information, that you have children that you're assessing, like from that age 3.
Yes, they started age 3 through 5 are the ones we assess. We obviously don't assess school age children because they get that at school.
Okay, so that would also help, I would think, to help meet the child find requirement for all school districts, public school districts that need to, it help augment and supplement that.
I imagine it would. We are licensed ODJFS, not ODE. So I don't know ODE law like I know ODJFS, but I imagine it would because it hits all of the key the key points that we're looking for in early childhood development.
So the children that are enrolled, just curious, is there a requirement as to where their resident school is?
We don't have, for school age, obviously, yes, because they have to be transported by the busing to their schools. For preschool, we have not traditionally turned anyone away, but we do try to get Tipp City residents in first. So then if we fill, which this year we filled very quick, and past years, you know, it might have been June or July before we filled our last 2 spots. So if a Vandalia resident, we get a lot of Bethel residents. We will take them if we have room, but the majority are Tipp City, yes.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think you provide a tremendous service. I know there's a very long history there. What did you say? 7? How many
Yeah,
years?
2007, so 16 years. I've been there the last 8, so half of it, basically. As either a teacher, I started out as a teacher there myself, and then became the director in 2018.
And so my thoughts are anything that the district as a whole can do to supplement, help support, not pay for everything, but work in conjunction with a strong partnership that I think it's going to pay great dividends
Absolutely.
in a lot of different regards. And there was something, shoot, I already forgot I thought was important. Oh, your 5-star. I tried to look at that a little bit because I'm not real familiar with all the credit. That's a pretty big deal. I understand.
It is. It's a lot of work. That's why a lot of centers don't have it. They just don't put in the effort because it's a lot of paperwork, just like anything else that comes from the state, as every educator knows. It's a lot of paperwork. Like I say, I'm very blessed to have the staff with the credentials. That really helps. I can also do things for them to help them get their credentials. Like we've hired a couple Tipp City students right out of Tipp City and with no plans to go to college, and now they have their child accreditation already, which is pretty much equivalent to an associate's degree, but it has all focus on children age 3 through 5. And that's just like my degree in early childhood education. I have a special degree that's focused on 3 through 5. So it's not just a K through 3 3rd grade, which is what most early childhood education degrees are. Mine is for children 3 through 5 years of age. So that really helps with the 5-star, but it's the fact that we're doing the screening, we're doing the assessments, we're doing daily assessments, not just the screening when they come in at 30 days. It also takes place that, we have partnerships with the school district. We have partnerships with the library. We have partnerships with our parents. We have to provide, we do a graduation, we provide a parent night. All of those things have to be part of what we do to be a 5-star. So we can't just, as a lot of people say, babysit, which makes us cringe. We have to be able to do these. It's an educational program, and we have to be able to meet about 36 different goals. Above and beyond just what your average child care center would do if they have no stars at all. It also allows us to take publicly funded childcare, which if you're not familiar with that used to be the previously called Title 20. So it's for students whose parents they meet an income threshold, and it allows them for the state to pay for their care instead of the parents paying the tuition.
Okay. And finally here, number of employees, part-time, full-time.
We currently have 17 employees. 3 of those are part-time. We've ranged in the summer anywhere from probably 20 to 24. We do have to add some extra staff during the summer just simply because we have those school agers all day long. And we're providing lunches through the Lunch on Us program. And so it's just a little bit more running around, a little bit more to do in the summer. But typically we range right around 20 employees.
Was there any reason why some of the joint services were cut back, such as the cafeteria, the gym use, the transportation for field?
The transportation, that's been, I think that was my first year. So that was 2018. And with talking with Dr. Kump at the time, basically what I was told was that they should have never really been doing it in the first place. It was kind of I guess you have to have some kind of link, like you can provide transportation to a Christian school, but not to an outside entity. So I think when we started out, we were just kind of more of a partnership. And then kind of through the last building phase, we kind of became a little less of a partnership with losing that transportation. The gym use in the cafeteria was all because of COVID. So we lost it during COVID. Just not wanting that many people going in and out of the building, you know, things like that. And we've just never really gained it back.
Okay.
So it was nice for our preschoolers to get to use the cafeteria because they learned how to do lunch before they went to kindergarten and were on their own, you know, opening their own lunches and going through the lunch line and having to communicate with the lunch lady. We were able to teach them that beforehand.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your great
Thank
service.
you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you very
so
much. I
much.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Next item are committee reports. Mr. Maines, if you want to get started with Green Valley Career Technology.
Sure. You received the agenda and the minutes from the last meeting. Most of the agenda was, and I have to say that I was not able to attend this past meeting. However, I still have a report on it, but most of the agenda was dedicated towards the hiring of staff members and approving new programs. But I do have a report from Dr. Weldy on some of the things that have been going on. They recently had the prom, and it was called A Night in Hollywood. I didn't go to the prom, even though they asked me to be the prom king, but I couldn't do it. So, but he says hiring season has continued, and there are quite a few names on the agenda for your consideration. So we continue to draw a great applicant pool for the majority of our openings. One other thing that he pointed out was that construction continues at a very busy pace for the rainy spring that we're experiencing. But the biggest change on campus is that the Student Activity Center has now been demolished, which opens up a space for the renovation of the West Building to continue. The contractors have poured the new concrete slab for the culinary arts area and will be moving into the cosmetology and early childhood sections next. As of this past week, we now have 1,581 applications. So that keeps growing for the 2023-24 year. And the top 5 most requested programs this year have been, number 1 was cosmetology, 2 was pre-nursing, 3 was welding, 4 was veterinary science, and 5 was graphic commercial arts. The top 5 school districts represented by the total applications that we've received was number 1 was Northmont, 2 was Huber, 3 was Vandalia Butler, 4 was West Carrollton, and 5 was Miamisburg. The other things that he pointed out is that the last day for seniors on campus this year is May 9th, and the last day for juniors is May 18th. That's my report.
Any questions from Mr. Maines? Mrs. Portland?
What does that mean, Rick, the top 5 districts represented? What do you mean by that?
Number of students from those particular.
In those programs that you
Right.
talked about?
Yes, yes.
Anything else?
No.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Maines. Any other committee reports? Mrs. Strong?
Yes, so I wasn't able to attend the last team meeting because my daughter was playing softball. But she wanted me to pass along, Lisa, the president, wanted me to pass along that he is still preparing for the Teacher of the Year event in collaboration with the district. So if you have a teacher you'd like to nominate, please get that done. And then T is working with the district on trying to bring in a speaker for an assembly for the entire district for next year. So they're working with some of the different organizations within our school to find the best fit. So that's all I've got.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Anyone else? Right. Next item is 4A, citizens' comments. All right, go ahead, Mr. Stefanik.
Kind of wait a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I think we've got just a facilities update. I know the board received the facilities update when we provided the minutes. But just want to let the board know that we've received the draft enrollment report from the enrollment agency. I can't remember the name right now, but they.
Good thing.
Great, thank you. It's very good.
Yeah.
Future Bank is the name of the company that OFCC uses to provide the enrollment updates. The enrollment updates, that's another significant step in the process of OFCC creating their master plan recommendation. And so Mr. Moran and I have been invited to a meeting with OFCC, and that's going to be Friday morning. And so we're going to talk about what their thoughts are about the draft enrollment report that they just received right alongside us. We're waiting for some Garmin Miller analysis of the draft enrollment report. Once we get that, then I can send the approval over, and then OFCC can continue work on the finalized master plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stefanik. Any questions? You go ahead, Mrs.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment because I saw that future thing. And what I noticed, I just think it's noteworthy that they do projections of future enrollment. And in 2018, the projection over a 10-year period was roughly 100 students. And now we're what, 18, what is that, five years later? The projection is like 220 students. Same organization, same set of data to look at and analyze for that projective analysis. And so I guess where I'm landing on this, it just goes to show you this is not an exact science. And, we picked up allegedly 120 more students in just 5 years than we did back in 2018. So if we went ahead in 2019 with those plans, thinking it was going to be 100 students over a 10-year period, and now if it's truly like 220 students over a 10-year period, I just want to say that I think we need to look at these numbers somewhat guardedly because obviously they're changing.
You're right.
Yeah.
Now there have been some actions at the city level that have created, some housing opportunities and some development. And so I'm sure those impacted some of the projections as well.
Right. But I mean, my point is, it just goes to show you, you can't hang your hat on those. Okay.
Anything else, Mrs. Sikora?
No.
Anyone else? No. I just want to note that some of those discussions that I was a part of, things that were mentioned to the OFCC in anticipation of this analysis being completed is what happened to Bethel School District and how they were woefully underestimated. And it was stressed to them at that point in time that the city and the district, we anticipated much higher growth. And so Garmin Miller is going to be looking at that analysis and looking at it with that information. And so the hope is that the OFCC takes that into consideration and not just the report as it's written. And which is going to be very important related to the master plan because they have a habit of placing the plan based on the number of students. If you don't reach a certain number, they tell you this is the number of buildings you have, which will greatly affect what we have going forward. And so it'll be interesting to see what this ends up being, but it's a good point, Mrs. Sikora, but I want you to know that was placed on the radar of the OFCC early on, and that's part of what Garmin Miller is providing a service for us on that issue. Anything else?
One more item there. It was brought up with Ms. Litton. Would they like to be involved more? There are many more opportunities in the next 6 to 8 months for community involvement and planning. And the next one is going to be on June 20th. We're going to have a community meeting. We're going to send out a flyer here shortly. It'll be at 6 p.m. at LT Mall. And for those that believe that, well, I participated in the first meeting or I participated in the second meeting, all the meetings are a little bit different. And so we take the information that we have from all the previously held meetings, and then we try to move that information forward. And so all new input or repeat participants are welcome to continue their participation in the planning process.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanik. Anyone else? Yeah, I would stress to the community that going to all the meetings that you can attend is extremely important, no matter where you are in your opinion. Your opinion and your thoughts will help shape what ultimately becomes a school district's plan. And so if you wish to be heard, please participate. Next item is citizens' comments. Our first speaker is Ms. Kathy Bowen. Ms. Bowen, thank you for coming.
Good evening. One of the topics in the April 4th work session was executive content. This was a topic of my concern sent to all of you through an email. While some of the discussion was cut off due to technical difficulties that night, I did hear part of the information about the items Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Patry were keeping from the public's view was material they thought should be labeled executive content because some of it was not voted upon yet and was a draft. There's an easy way to remedy that, and that is by placing a watermark on those items that say draft or proposed item or even information item only. However, to hide the information from the public is what I would call devious behavior. I believe the public has a right to know what our tax dollars are paying for, and we should have a voice. By hiding these items, we don't get the full picture of what's being discussed by the board, which I believe is what the idea was in putting this into executive content. It was to keep the public from voicing their opinions until you pass the agenda items. Two items recently hidden were the MOU for the safety resource officers and the teachers free daycare. While I am not opposed to resource officers, I would have liked to see what I'm paying for. Not only were there salaries in the MOUs, but also according to what could be gleaned from the board conversations, the setup of their offices and the technology that the taxpayers would be providing. As we set sail on new buildings, this needs to be kept in mind as we need the additional space added in the planning to provide the extra private offices for the officers. We have a right to see and know about this space as well as the cost for the setup of their offices. This morning, that MOU was added to the agenda. This afternoon, it had draft stamped on it. Now the public is allowed to see what we will be paying for, including the complete setup of the offices and the technology pieces, the $1 million comprehensive liability insurance product policy, and what the rules and guidelines are. It is sad that Mr. Patry and Mr. Stefanik thought this should be hidden from the public. Another MOU that's been hidden from the taxpayers has been the MOU for the teachers to have free childcare. This has been a hot topic for a while, especially since the school board went outside the teacher's contract and allowed them a paid hour of time for non-classroom instruction once a week. I warned this board before that the vote took place that if you continue to go outside the contract, which can be viewed on serveohio.gov, SERB-ohio.gov, the teachers will continue to come back again and again asking for more things outside their contract. And this is a perfect example of that. Everyone would like free childcare, and many are opposed to giving teachers something they themselves do not get. But again, this item was hidden from the public view, so it looks like a rumor or something people are talking about instead of an actual document that was presented to the school board for consideration and a vote. These are two items hidden from the public. There have been a multitude of items hidden since Mr. Patry has taken the helm as board of president. I don't believe there has been too many meetings since he's taken over that there was not a 15 to 35 minute talk of adding things to the agenda at the start of the meeting. These items should have been on the agenda from the start. Some of these items just keep getting kicked down the road. In closing, all of you ran your campaigns on transparency, and even Mr. Patry, who did not run a campaign but was a write-in candidate, gave an interview to a local paper stressing the need for transparency. I would like to ask, where is that transparency? Even though I am not a fan of most of the work the city council does, I do approve greatly of their Friday letters from the mayor and that the council agenda is available on Fridays before their Monday meetings so the taxpayers have time to research anything on the agenda and discuss it among themselves before the meeting. Attachments are also made available at that time as well. Maybe you should take your cues from the city council and stop hiding things from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stone. Mr. Watson. You're next.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to tell you a very true story about a very awesome lady who was a very strong Christian lady who loved her community and had a dream and a strong will to carry that dream out. With the help of her Savior, she would tell me, Jesus, that a future school would be built on her family farm. My father, when I was 8, did business with Nevin Copy. And we go over there to pick up some excellent hay and he would help us load it. And from time to time, Audrey would come out with a drink of water for each of us. This was in the 1950s. Before Nevin suddenly got polio and passed away. We still continue to buy hay from Audrey and her farmer, George Custer. Now let's fast forward to 1970s. I started my job carrying mail, and when I would come to Audrey's mailbox, she would be at it. The mailbox, and she'd share stories with me that included scriptures from the Bible and her dreams. One scripture she would share, Joel 2:28, it should come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. Your sons and daughters, Audrey, shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions. Her dream she shared at the mailbox that same day, a school for children would be built on her family farm. First happened on December 17th, 1976. The school board, James Kyle president, Pat Wamper vice president, bought 43 acres, 0.763. The dream took its first step. And it is large enough to hold a largest office building, the Pentagon, on the 43 acres. Pentagon covers 29. Second step, 4.7 acres on September 8th, 1995. Third step, 5 acres on August 4th, 1998. Fourth step, 5 acres on October 12th, 1999. Fifth step is the awesome one. She gave the school the 22.4 acre woods to be a memorial for David Kopic Nature Center, which unethically was accepted, but has nothing been done as far as students being able to enjoy the nature there. I hope that's part of the master plan. Greater has no one has love than to lay down one's life for his friends. That's what she did. And for her son, but for other people to enjoy. In 2015, I met with a community group in the circle in Broadway gym floor. I reiterated how the school owns 80 acres to build a school building. So for the last 8 years, I have brought this up many times that we should build the next school on the Kopic property. And now the master plan in February and March 7th mentioned option A, B, C, and D for you by you, but nothing about building a property on the Kopic farm. So I'm bringing option E to the table, 80 acres on Evanston Road. Yes, people mention out of sight, out of mind. I'm saying in sight, in mind. On Easter Sunday morning from church, the pastor talked about the resurrection and about having a relationship with Jesus. His spirit, he said, goes a forerunner, doing things for us that we don't see. And coming home, going by the Kopic school property, the light bulb went on in my mind. Jesus has been working for us. Route 2580A already widened to 5 lanes. A traffic light already installed at Evanston. Evanston, or soon will be completely widened by the Huff property, the Randall House, and the Fieldstone subdivision all the way to the school property. Yes, to the school property, Jesus has been working. City water and sewer will be at the property line. Yes,
30
option,
seconds.
pardon?
30 seconds.
Okay, option E, building Evanston Road could handle solar panels for electricity in the future, geothermal for heating in school, cutting heating utility bills, and gardens for, yes, the grid will go down when we don't know, but read the book 1 second after. Thank you, and I'll give you all a pass out that explains the whole thing. So I hope you take it seriously for what the master plan is going to be.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item is the treasurer's report, 5A, new student activity account high school. Mrs. Fox?
Okay, and I have Mr. Barnes here along with me. This first item. We're discussing Hope Squad. And Dan, I don't know if you want to start off a little bit about what Hope Squad is. On my side, we just want to create a revenue and expenditure account. They have been running a lot of their expenses and revenues through the principal fund. And it has been somewhat significant. And for better tracking purposes, and they do fundraising as well. We would establish a 200 fund just for the Hope Squad. So, Dan, I don't know if you want to just give a few examples of what the Hope Squad does for the high school in the district.
Sure. So like this guy said, Hope Squad, first of all, is a student organization and a class. It's both. The students can get credit for the class. It is a class in which they learn about how to peer mediate, how to identify the signs of students in crisis, mental health wise, and they do outreach for the schools. This week is Hope Week, so they have different activities for the students, and they've never had a fee attached to Hope Squad, and they've never done any fundraising prior. So anytime they need something, they have to come ask. They want to be a little more self-sufficient, and they have done some fundraising. The problem is they don't have any accounts to deposit these fundraising activities into. They sold shirts for Hope Week. They sold bracelets for Hope Week. They raised, and I'm not sure the exact amount, but they raised some money that they would like to have accessible to them for next year. So I asked Mrs. Fox, what's the best way to go about that? And she said a 200 account, which would be a student activities account. The nice thing about 200 account, once that's in there, it's in there. It doesn't move around.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked her to set that up, and she asked me to come and field any questions you have for it. It's basically a fundraising activity for them. Right now, anything that they fundraise goes through the 018 account, and I don't like things coming in and then going back out when we could easily make a 200 account where it's more easily tracked, I guess is the best way to put it. So if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any that I can. Right?
Do they have any kind of budget?
Right now, they do not have a budget because they don't have any accounts. Right now, they come to me when they have something that they need. For example, they wanted to buy sweatshirts. So that came out of the principal's fund. They would prefer to be able to fundraise and be able to pay for it themselves out of their account. So right now, they do not have a budget. They would next year once we have accounts in place.
Any other questions, Mr. Barnes? Just want to note that this is on a recommended action item, and the recommended action is to move to approve the proposed account creations for the high school Hope Squad Club. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mr. Maines, any discussions or questions?
No, I think it sounds like a great idea. I applaud the kids for, wanting to do that. That was a good thing.
Yeah.
Mrs. Drum,
No, I'm good.
Mrs. Zakor.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a great idea as well. My only concern or question would be, because I'm not real familiar with this crowdfunding and all, I'm not strong in that area. So I just would want to make sure there's no conflict there. I mean, like I said, I don't really understand all that. So I know we have policies on it. Is there any?
It would all be official fundraising through the district. No GoFundMe or anything like that. They have to fill out the form. They have to do the fundraiser, project how much they would raise, document how much they raise, deposit into the accounts. So it would follow policy.
Okay, so there's no, yeah, but maybe, yeah. God bless them.
Anything else, Mrs. Zakor?
No.
I just think it's a great club doing great things for our students, and I applaud their initiative to take their destiny in their own hands. All in favor? Anyone else? Right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Maines,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. Next item is 5B, monthly financial report. Mrs. Fox.
I have provided the report on March. In comparison to the last couple of Marches at this point, are mainly timing of taxes. We did receive the bulk of our taxes this year in February. Sometimes the timing of the tax settlement can be different depending on the advance times. This year, when everything was available in February, we went ahead and did some advances in February, so we had a little higher revenue on taxes. Outside of rollbacks, which come from ODE, and those amounts are under the unrestricted grants. And so you'll see there in timing again. From year to year, the timing can be different. This year, we received property rollbacks in April. Versus where the last 2 years, it seemed to be that they were received in March. I think they came in this year like April 4th. So, and I'll be reporting on that amount on the next report. Regarding the restricted grants, that change basically is due to the funding formula change. And where those deposits fall. One thing I noted this month, which was different than last year, was the tuition adjustment was a little higher, and that ended up coming in the month of March this time, which resulted in higher restricted grants. And that tuition amount is for non-handicapped students that attend Tipp schools, and they may be placed in our school. Sometimes that's based upon their family situation, a court placement situation. It just depends. That was just the timing of that deposit this month came in March. As far as other operating revenue, I noticed we did have a higher property tax exemption compensation, which fell in that category. And that was income tax sharing revenue from Tipp City. And that's the amount for the Abbott, Meyer, and the Fieldston properties. We always receive an amount from them, and that is a little bit higher this year. For expenditures, I did report the 75,000 payback, so that's the amount that we always get from Premier Health. And we receive that in, and then I process the transfer back in to the general fund this time. Which was the 75,000 we always receive from them for the turf. So that's just the advance back in on the report there. Expenses this year, we had 3 payrolls in March. That always depends on the calendar. Some years we have 2 payrolls. This year we have 3 payrolls since the staff is paid bi-weekly. And supply services and capital expenditures seem to be comparable to the last 2 years. I did notice that because our property taxes were a little higher this year, that the tax and treasurer fees are a little more expensive. When we receive more revenues in, they also charge a little bit higher in cost on that. As far as our budget versus actual, I know Mr. Moran had a question for me last week, which we haven't discussed that again, but in comparison, I am updating the 5-year forecast. I'll have that out in May. The budget versus actual document does have appropriations, which are the appropriation amendments that I bring, which I haven't brought for a couple months now on changes to our budget. And once I prepared that 5-year forecast, it was a little bit lower on that from the original appropriation. And I think in working the 5-year forecast, we did have, I think at the very beginning on the budget, we slightly overestimated the advances in and some of the payroll expenses. So as I do the next report along with our 5-year forecast, those should line up a little closer. So if you see that original budget, we're over 30 million and the forecast was at about 29.8. And the forecast, we build in percentage increases. And of course it is a forecast. As I see payroll postings and other expenditures posting, I do see that I think we've even over budgeted a little bit on capital expenses and services. So I'm going to be, as I'm working with the staff this month on looking at the budget, I believe that some of those expenditures will creep down just a hair. So I just want to let you know that I was noticing even on some other school districts, the board report goes right off of the 5-year forecast and compares the expenditures to that 5-year forecast amount. We've plugged our board report in based upon appropriation measures, which are what is the county receives based upon our budget. So I want to line those up to match the forecast. I'd even like to maybe, look in the future. I know there'll be another treasurer coming in at some point, but just comparing the monthly expenditures versus what is on the forecast versus the appropriations are. When I did that in June and September, some of the open purchase orders or encumbrances from the prior year that are not closed happen to fall in some of those accounts, which I think that there was an uptick when on the appropriation report. It adds that number that's not expense from the prior year into the current budget, kind of adds those numbers together. Whereas the forecast does not, it only goes off the fiscal year expenses. So, but they're close. I just want to know that we don't want to be spending over what we're bringing in, but at the rate that we had been going even last year, I think that cutting this budget is definitely a priority for the district and looking at staffing and expenditures for next year, working on that to try to reduce that a bit is what we need to be doing. So I'm working closely on the forecast and we'll be presenting that at the next board meeting, the end of May. As we discussed the health fund, it's definitely a concern again, and that's going to be in my next feature couple items here under the treasurer's report. Thanks to Mr. Maines, he clarified that expenditures did exceed revenues. I think I have that flip-flop and I apologize because last month revenues exceeded expenditures, but I had to switch that. Unfortunately, we brought in from the staff, we brought in less than what we spent. So claims were higher and we've been working with the benefits committee and we did agree to some increase on the healthcare expenditures or the healthcare premiums, from the staff. So I'm going to be presenting that here on the next item, but in order to better that fund, we do need to be increasing those healthcare premiums from the staff. Healthcare costs have they've raised, they've gone up. I was hoping month to month that, even this month in April, it's like the claims go down one week, then the next week they jump right back up. So since we hadn't increased our healthcare premiums in 3 years, that was an issue. I don't think that we were bringing in enough on what we were expensing, but we have that negative balance there. It is a negative. I see the negative sign is off to the end of the first sentence there. I apologize, but it is a negative balance for the end of March. So that's all be, as I move forward, I'm asking for the advance from the general fund, if you see it as the item, so. I'm pretty much done with my report. However, I'd like to move down to explain the rates and then the advance regarding the healthcare. So.
Prior to doing that, Mrs. Fox, I just want to offer the board members an opportunity to ask any questions related to your presentation. Anyone have any questions? Mr. Maines?
You know, I know that we see this timing issue quite a bit where funds are received in one month and last year they were received in another month, et cetera. But that kind of makes it hard to compare between the 2 years. So going back to the property taxes and the unrestricted grants and aid here, you know, just looking at the numbers from March of last year to this year is a huge difference, of course. So my question is, taking the timing of when we receive those payments aside, if you were to combine them, so what is our total general property taxes this year going to be greater than last year or less than last year? That's what I want to know.
The general property taxes is more total
Do we
than
have
last year. I don't have the
No.
actual figure. I can bring that in the work session if we want to talk about. I can
Okay.
provide, I don't have that in front of me.
Yeah, I'd
The
like to
total
see that.
revenues, the comparison of the resources from last year to this year.
Right.
Yes. They've gone up.
Okay.
And even like, property rollback that comes from ODE, that was like 1,100,000. So if I were to put that in to the unrestricted grant and aid, which is where it would fall, that third line down, it would be higher than the last 2 years.
Okay. That's what I.
So it's hard for me to explain why they didn't come in March and they came in on April 4th. I don't know if it's just
Right.
processing or.
Yeah.
I know that we get those same revenues year to year. We're always looking for them to come. The settlement reports will explain when to look for them. Are they in this report? Will they be in next month? You know.
So are we on track to receive the total amount that you budgeted for this year?
A little bit over. I and on the budget versus actual, I did update the revenues as they've come in. So I am trying to keep that in line as far as budgeted revenues.
Okay.
As they come in, I'm trying to get that fiscal year 23 budget closer.
Okay.
Because we estimate off of the prior receipts and then what they're looking at, but with this year, it was an update with the assessed value.
Right.
And it is hard even on forecasting to know exactly without pulling in my forecast and looking at the estimate that we increased until I actually have the certificate to know how much it went up. It's an estimate. And then when I get them, then I go into that budget and put in exactly what we received, which was, I had underestimated the revenue budget. For taxes. So I was happy to see that I could go in and increase those lines.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Again, this is my weak area, so I'm sorry if I'm not. I don't understand, Mrs. Fox, how March of 2023 can be approximately, I'm doing rough math, looks like 3,900,000 less than March of 2021 in terms of property tax.
Well, and
Where's that?
Yeah, there's
$3 million difference coming.
it's just really the timing because some revenues are received in February. So by the time that we, usually that first week, you're able to request advances from the county. And that's just to get the money earlier. If we never request any advances, we'd always get the money like mid-March. But sometimes it's just better to get the money in, get it in the bank,
Yeah,
and have it drawing interest.
So that difference might look less if you look at fiscal year through February of 23. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and really, even if you combine the months, so if you were to combine February and March of all the years, and then be able to look at the totals between the
Okay.
year, which I'm gonna do. That's what, that would be probably an easier way to look at it,
Yeah.
the total amount received over the course of the 3 years.
Yeah, our
Because you get
financial
them in-
statements are really based on a cash basis instead of accrual basis. So, that's the timing of when those funds come in and when they're deposited. That's when she's reflecting them on the books. So that's why I wondered, if you took the timing out of it,
Yeah.
are we going to receive more
Yeah.
in property tax? And she confirmed that, yes, we are. And she'll have those numbers for us at the next
Okay.
workstation.
Yeah, I can break it down, the different, public
See, I
utility.
need all that
Right.
financial language in plain English. Yeah. Just kidding.
Yeah, it'll be an easier comparison to see how it's somewhat improved, which is a good thing.
Okay, so we're not on the downslide in terms of property tax.
No,
It's just the time. Okay, very good.
Anything else, Mrs.
No.
John?
No.
Kind of along the lines of what Mr. Maines was saying. I don't speak for the whole board, but to me, the financial report, what it's missing is a fiscal year-to-date comparison for the 3 years up to the date of reporting totaled. Because what I had to do is I had to print out each month and total them up to see how we looked. So if you look at your report on cash summary report by fund, which has, month to date, fiscal year to date receipts, month to date expenditures, fiscal year to date expenditures.
What page is that?
That's the last one.
Okay.
Like that, those fiscal year, the FYD expenditures, FYD revenue, to me, that number, in addition to the month one, you have one that does this on a fiscal year to date.
yeah, definitely.
And I think that having that as part of your financial report will save us a lot of time and kind of give us, okay, we're on track,
Yeah.
especially if the timing of the revenue and things like that, or expenditures change, we can see, well, we're still kind of where we would expect to be. The other thing is on the budget versus actual report, and maybe you explain this and I don't understand it, but on I can see where revenues you don't get as much or you get more than you expected. But like for employee benefits, for example, it looks like we were over budgeted by 1.8 million. I guess I would kind of understand those to be predetermined pretty much for that year. Is there something that we didn't have an expense related to those benefits that I'm missing, or was it part of the explanation related to unpaid expenses?
Those employee benefits, the 6,514,000. So we have the April payrolls to post, the May payrolls to post, and the June payrolls to post. And so each one of those is going to have it's going to have the healthcare expenses, even though we plopped that back into the 024. We expended out of, so it's not only retirement for the SIRS and the STIRS and the board, any of the pickups for the administration, it's all the healthcare, it's all the expenditures coming out. And that's for 6 more payrolls. So if we've already spent 4.6, I took those numbers off of where we stood last year as of June 30th, and I increased them only a couple percent based upon the payroll increases.
I see. So the fiscal year 23 budget is for the entire, not year to date.
Correct, through June 30th.
All right.
Yeah, the top 2 lines.
Okay. That's why. Okay. That makes sense now.
Yeah, and we do have those first 6 more payrolls to go.
I'm with you.
And sometimes even on that forecasting, you may assume everyone still works here, but you may have people leave and bring on people that may or may not make more or less.
I got you.
So especially as we get into May, I'm trying to look at that closer to see if we're over, but I will say that the reports and in these reports, maybe I should have along the way changed, because as I'm looking at other school districts, the treasury reports are all different. This, Mr. Stevens had this in place. We just kind of followed suit. That's what I did. There are, Simon, though, there are definitely reports that will go back to 2 years, like current expenses prior and then 2 years back on revenues and expenditures. And I can run those and attach those next time
Yeah,
for you
and
guys to see.
Yeah.
in line,
Creates wonderful.
in line with that, I don't mind seeing,
Spreadsheets.
I don't mind, I think this is actually a pretty good report then, the budget versus actual, but I'd also like to see this related to year to date.
Yeah.
To see, like, our budget year to date was supposed to be here, but we're already blown through that. So in other words, right now, the fiscal year 23 budget shows $17,069,488 for personal services. We've spent of that budget $13,119,775. It would be interesting to me to see a fiscal year budget as of March, what we were anticipating having spent, to see, where are we? Because if,
Usually we
That
will
would-
budget on the fiscal year.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Fox, let me just, I want to
Okay.
explain what I'm saying. That way, if we're like, let's say, really beyond, or we're already exceeding that year-to-date threshold, it'll help me understand that I need to ask a question about it. Because when you've got $4 million left, I don't necessarily know what's going to hit and when, but if I know we're already beyond our budget up to year-to-date, then I can ask, do we have additional expenses that we're not, expecting? Is there something that the board can do to address this immediately? Because if not, it could be 3 more months down the line before the board has an understanding of something that's going on. And potentially we could have addressed it earlier. Does that make sense? And so that's why I think that would be useful as well. So similar to the fiscal year-to-date comparison for the last 3 years on revenue and expenses, I think it would be helpful to have a fiscal year-to-date, what our budget was anticipated versus the actual, along with the annual, to see where we are. That way, if there is if we're already exceeding year-to-date, that gives us an understanding of, hey, we got to ask a question about why we've already exceeded our budget 3/4 of the year in, and what's causing that. Is there something we can address immediately to prevent it from getting further out of hand? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I could run reports, comparing those prior years for sure. And I could look to see month to month what report is out there. Like I said, a lot of the budgeting for the system is FYTD, which is fiscal year to date, which is 7/1 to June 30th. But I can look at prior year expenses, comparing those months, see if I can better provide information for you that makes sense. I do know that one thing that happens right now at the end of school, I put an email out to try to encourage all the purchase orders to be in, because a lot of supply orders do come in at the end of the school year. They're prepping for August. And so a lot of the admin are not in during the summer months. So in April and May, they get supply orders, and sometimes they're quite large. So even those supplies and materials, we've only spent $829,498. We have that higher budget. It's because a lot of times they're going to put in those orders right now for, paper supplies and, whatever they need. So it's ready when they leave for the summer. It's like in the office and ready to go for the teachers come August. So there's definitely been an uptick, and Mr. Stefanik was asking today, look, but they're just getting ready. So they're ready to go for August. So.
Mrs. Fox, just one quick follow-up, because in your response, I'm not sure, you started talking about year-to-date expenses and revenue. I just want to make sure that I'm clear, is like what I'm asking for on the budget side to be added. I think that would be helpful to me, at least, is our year-to-date budget. So like if I budgeted $10 for the year for personal services, and I anticipated that, first quarter would be $2.50, second quarter would be another $2.50 for $5, and third quarter would be $2.50, that at each quarter or each month, where I expect it to be on the budget for that time period is shown in comparison to where we actually are, not just for the year. Does that make sense?
May I
Okay,
ask a question?
yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Follow up
Prince.
on that. So do you do a monthly budget or is the budget just an annual budget?
It's an annual budget based upon fiscal year to date. So the
So-
expendable budget is always July 1 to June 30th. It's the entire fiscal year.
So what Simon is asking is, if you did a monthly budget, you know, what would, if you took all those months up to March and compared that to the actual as of March, that's what he'd like to see. And I think it's a good idea.
So
They have
monthly
a monthly
expenses
budget.
from prior years. And then comparing that to,
Well, no, you've got.
it's hard to
fiscal year
know
budget
when they're
here.
gonna put the purchase orders in though.
Well,
A lot of them.
You still have total revenue, for example, 27,892,000. That's for the entire year. What would have been, you know, what was the budget on a month by month basis, a budget for every single month?
So the
that
only thing
arrives
that we
up
can
to-
budget is payroll and benefits.
Okay,
A lot of these other,
so I don't think Simon, was she saying that she can, I like the idea that you're talking about, but
Capital
Let me just suggest one
For
thing,
when they
Mrs.
have
Fox. So for example, purchase services. Some of those are things that we have contracts for,
right,
and we know essentially what we anticipate that to be roughly monthly. And so I understand that there's certain things that are going to be, we anticipate this many repairs and maintenance, and you can't necessarily budget for that. But on those items, you could potentially spread it across the year. And then if we see something that's like, well, that's repair and maintenance, and we've had more, but we don't know how much, if we have anything left. But on a purchase services, maybe 80% of those could be pretty accurately estimated by dividing those contractual rates that we're supposed to pay every month, or what we anticipate based on prior use.
Mhm.
That way it keeps us informed. Now, I don't know what's involved in that, but I would suspect that when you're doing your budget, you're actually breaking those down anyway. And so if it's not been done month to month, even if you just did it by quarter, I think that would be helpful. I just get concerned that if we're going to be severely over budget, we may lose the opportunity to act
To remedy it.
efficiently to remedy it when we otherwise wouldn't. And that's 3 months of, or 6 months, or 9 months worth of expenses we could have maybe saved. Go ahead, Mrs.
Can I say, yeah, because when I look at your expenditures, personal services, for example, fiscal year 23 and then actual. Are we on track? I mean, guess that's where I'm questioning. And if you say, yes, we're on track at that, that 13 million versus 17 million, which is roughly a $4 million difference with what, 3 months left?
yeah, there's
Only 3 months left, right? April, May, and June, am I correct?
A little bit of April. May, June,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, well,
it's about 1.5 million or so per month. for
okay,
payroll.
so with that $4 million, see, I mean, without a perspective, these numbers don't register with me because I don't know if that is on track for those amount of days left. And I think that's maybe what we're asking that would be helpful to see, because in personal services, you sort of anticipate what's ahead, right? For the remainder of this fiscal year, am I correct?
Yeah, they're on a fixed contract, so usually.
Okay, so that would be
Yeah,
something, I
almost.
understand maybe some things like, healthcare, that flux, but personal services, so. Yeah, I would like to see not only what it is today, but what's it going to look like by the time we hit the end of that actual fiscal year, and are we trending high, trending low, trending where we should be? What you'd like to be, I should say.
Yeah.
Is there something you can provide that gives the board that overview?
Yeah, I mean, month to month on payroll and benefits, I know that's pretty consistent. Purchase services, when we go into that one, sometimes the services are paid up front, like at the
Yeah.
beginning of the year. But some things like utilities are spread out month to month. Most of them, if we know we're gonna have it all year, a lot of times they're paid in July or August. And then, of course, some large expenditures, we really don't know what, unless something breaks, which, we don't have to happen, but we always kind of budget just in case. I think we're under budget. on
But your
capital,
personal
but-
services is approximately half of your overall variance budget versus actual. And that's one of the more predictable categories, am I correct?
Personal.
Yeah.
Personal services.
So that
Very
would be
good.
helpful
More
to,
predictable.
to see that, yes, if it's trending, where it's trending. I think that's, isn't that what you're,
Yeah, yeah, exactly right, Mrs. Corr. And I guess, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but I would anticipate that when contracts for personal services are being recommended to the board, there's been a cost projection analysis done, whether it's we can afford those services. And with performing that, that would give you an understanding of what we're projecting, or else I hope certainly we're not recommended contracts with like, yeah, the money will be there type of mentality. And I know that's not it. And so I think there's got to be a way to, at least every quarter, my preference would be every month to kind of outline that. Because like what kind of surprised me was when I looked at the expenditures and budget actual, and I think I've asked this question before and it's been answered, I think by Mr. Stevens, and I forgot the answer until you just answered it again. I was like, is this per month or though, it's a weird report the way it is. It makes sense when you explain it, but why I didn't make sense to me that would be the answer is because, we've got less than $4 million left for roughly a quarter of time. And if you divided what we've expended so far on personal services in 3 quarters, the math doesn't add up to why our budget looks to be woefully insufficient for personal services, which we should have been able to calculate pretty accurately. Same thing with employee benefits. It makes me a little nervous because we've expended 76.9% of 75%. When you're talking about millions of dollars, that's a big number. And so I'm a little nervous, and I know that we're under budget on capital outlay, but am I correct? Capital outlay, that's like repairs and things like that.
Anything typically over $1,500.
Yeah.
5 or more years.
And that doesn't make me nervous like the other stuff, because like, well, you don't know when your boiler is going to break. It just happens. But like to me, but that's only 483,000 of our budget compared to 17 and 6.5 million.
Right.
So like, those are the types of things I'd like to understand. Purchase services are 2.6 million. I guess I'm trying to understand, where we are up to date faster so that we can understand the reason we're not hitting our targets. Mr. Maines?
Simon, I have a good idea of, what you're asking for. And maybe, I could help if I could meet with you and we could design a little spreadsheet that would do exactly what you're asking to do. I could call you tomorrow and set up a time to do that. But I understand what he's saying. And, I could help you out there.
Okay.
All right. I'll call you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Maines.
Thanks, Mr. Maine.
You've saved the entire boardroom from my draconian discussion here.
I will say that the budget is very similar to last year and we estimate salary increases based upon what's been approved for teaching staff and classified. And so I'd have, when I did the budget June and September, I, pretty much went off of for salaries, just with a few percent increase based upon the prior year. So, however, sometimes somebody might quit, or they, may bring in someone at a lower scale. The retiree may leave, we may pay severance, and we may bring someone in at step 5 or something. So sometimes there is that little bit of leeway that we have is in play there.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox. Anyone else? All right, next item is 5C, new insurance rates for remaining of 2023. Mrs. Fox. And just I note that it's a recommended action approval of the new insurance rates for remaining of 2023.
Correct. We did meet with the benefits committee, which is comprised of about 12 to 15 people when everyone's present. Sometimes everyone showed, not every meeting, but we tried to get everyone's feedback, and I tried to work with them. USI is our insurance broker firm that also guided us through the process. The original increase was higher. They had recommended a little higher increase. It was about 24%, and that was a little extreme. I think, and I have also, I think I gave the board a little update on this in prior meetings. We just wanted to find a number that was suitable as a mid-year increase. Our enrollment date will be January of 20 for the plan year. So what I'm trying to do is just increase rates for half of the year. That's going to bring in some more revenue for the district and for the medical fund. We compromise on 15% increase. I kind of started at the 24%. It was kind of a shock for people. That's what the EPC was looking at before Mr. Stevens decided to take the plan self-insured. I think that was back in 2019. And over the COVID years and so forth, there were no adjustments made to the plan. When we looked at even the fall of 22, the fund was still healthy. There may have been roughly $500,000 in the 024 account. And our hopes were that we were going to maintain that fund balance. And it only took about 3 or 4 months. And I know you all saw that on the board reports. About 4 months of having some high claim expenditures and bringing in the revenues that we were, it was just not sustaining itself. And so we had discussions, I provided documentation, and we all compromised on a 15% increase, which will come into effect on the July payrolls for the staff. So we'll have August, September, October, and November. Those months, the premiums will be more by 15%. I've included the amounts and attached those. However, there will be an open enrollment process that will be in place for January 24. So come the fall, when they go to look at what the whole year will be for January 24 through December of 24, there will be an additional increase for the staff. Now, we can't really project exactly what that number is right now. I've tried to get USI to look out to the future and give us some numbers, and it's just a little early right now. I think they would want to at least go through even June, July timeframe before they actually can start working quotes for the next year. Chances are it'll be another 10-12% for the staff. I don't know what it'll be. We have reached out to the EPC as well to go ahead and provide the data that they requested to get information about what they will offer the district for a different health plan. Just for some comparison, I know that many on the committee were concerned that maybe we should look to go back to the EPC. So we've gone ahead and now I've provided everything they asked me for. It's been about 2 weeks and I've not heard from them. So I think I'm going to follow up, see where that stands. But in order to get this fund a little more healthy and start to perform better, because I know the self-insured plans can work well if they're being managed properly. I believe we probably should have had an increase before now. This didn't happen due to some timing of when the prior plan year was October, and we were gathering data around the end of school when school was out last May, and it was just bad timing and things prior the open enrollment didn't happen in time. So this is a mid-year increase. And the committee did come to consensus for the 15%.
Any questions of anyone? Go ahead, Mrs. Strong.
Okay, so I guess my first concern is, do we have enough in there now to cover what is coming?
So I have also requested an advance from the general fund, which is my next item.
Right,
The balance is negative. So last month it was negative, what, 24,000?
yes,
And even with a $40,000 rebate from the prescription firm, Optum Rx, sometimes we get the stop loss that will help our account, but that advance from the general fund is what I'm also requesting to bring the account to a positive.
okay,
And then starting to build this account, which unfortunately I couldn't increase it sooner than July because of state guidelines require 60-day notification. If this motion goes through tonight, we'll have 60 days before the July payrolls are processed. And the staff will be fully aware of what their premiums will be. But even if we collect in July, it's not till August, so. Now this month, claims have gone down a little. I had 1 month that was high and then, or excuse me, 1 week was high and then 2 weeks were substantially lower. So I wish I could say that this will maintain now until August. I know once August hits, we'll have some more revenues coming in. And then this advance, you know, if we're on board with that, which will just be in advance, once the fund starts to grow and become a little more in the positive, we can pay that general fund back. But this will at least put the fund in the positive.
okay. And then my next question was, so originally it was asked for 24% in order to meet what the expectation is currently. So if we're only doing 15%, that's a 9% difference. So how are we making up for that? Because we should be at that 24. So how are we making up for that 9?
So we're just going to probably increase again in the fall. So I almost anticipate maybe the same amount. I don't know. I don't know if it'll be 15 now and 15 then. We're just kind of splitting it up. So the increases to our staff members aren't as significant. When we were looking at the different classified staff, the part-time, the full, you know, the certified staff, and looking at the family plans versus the single plans. I first tried to present 20% because I thought that at least 20 would be good. I think it was still a little hard for everyone to look at the numbers and, you know, decide on the amount that they were going to pay out of their check. And the different salaries, we kind of put some examples out there as to what the 5-hour, you know, the bus driver or the, you know, the teacher that were, or whoever on different plans, what their increases would be. And so that was, I was proud that we finally came to an agreement. It was a tough few meetings for me to work with them and explain what we needed to do. And it was a learning experience, I think, for everybody as well as myself as to what we need to do to keep this fund operating.
What's the, and then my next question, sorry, I'm overriding, I apologize.
Okay.
What's the typical increase per year typically in insurance? Like what should it be each year? Because I know we missed it last year because of some issues. So what's the typical though?
Probably like 6 to 12% per year.
Okay,
And when it was first established, the first 2 years, there were no changes. And all I can gather is that it was just maintaining itself. It started out with about $1 million. And the first 2 years, it only worked its way down to about 700,000, 600,000. And we had some really high claims. We had some claimants that were just, I don't know, more expensive. And then we got some stop loss premium back. However, I think
That's-
definitely the
I was
increase there
curious.
could have been happy. Each
What's that?
year they should have been increasing.
Okay.
More.
cool. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? This is the
Yeah,
corner.
I'm just concerned, 15% and another 15%,
Yeah.
30%. I mean, I'm not faulting anybody here. I'm just kind of ringing the, the alarm because people are going to be working just to basically have healthcare. I mean, once taxes go and then once your premiums and then, if you want vision and some dental, you're basically going to be earning a paycheck to pay for those things. And so it's like, is this self-insured the best way? I mean, this just seems like there's got to be another conversation going on here to confront this.
Well, that's why we're also getting the EPC to give us a quote. That could be something that in the fall we could change. As a calendar year. Once they give us what premiums they think we should have on their plan. I do know that when I pulled paperwork, before Mr. Stevens decided to switch over and go this route, they were offering a 26% increase at that time. So we kept our premiums low. They're still good rates.
I understand it's going up all across
It's still good
America. I
rates.
get that. It's like, wow.
And hopefully it wouldn't be 15 and 15. Hopefully it could be 15 and 10. We would just be able to, we'd have to see how the plan is performing.
Wow.
So this is kind of like a temporary 4 to 5 months where we can. And then revisit. The board will revisit those increases.
And I would assume, obviously it's important to the employee, but it's also important to the employer because the employer picks up that extra as well.
Very
And
important.
so it's got to be addressed. There's got to be a way to try to calm it down, so to speak, and provide comparable care, I think.
Yeah, and the committee was well aware that, kind of like you half now and half then, even though it's just a 4-month. I wish that we would have been able to get this done sooner, for sure, and it could have been at least a 6-month increase. But I know that something else is going to happen, as soon as August rolls around, I'm sure we'll have figures, school will be back in session, and they're going to have the data to present to the staff what the rates are going to be for an open enrollment period, which will probably be around 1st of November timeframe. And we'll know then what the rates are going to be at that time, or what they should be, to either maintain the fund or to move to a different group plan.
Anything else, Mrs. Sequoia?
No,
Anything else?
no.
So I think Mrs. Drummond made some very good points. And so I think that obviously this is a good step in the right direction to make sure that the school district isn't subsidizing the program. Obviously, I think we're at 104,000 negative now, roughly. And we had $1 million there as a buffer. It sounds to me like we were never maintained. Even in the first 2 years, we reduced from 1 million to 700,000 roughly. So that's a $300,000 deficiency. And so it seems to me that, I think we've got to be accountable for our mistakes that we have failed to raise premiums the way we should have year over year. So it's not a huge hit to our teachers and support. So, and that's on us. But we were trying to do this to save everybody money because of the big 24% increase. So I think from my perspective, this is a great compromise and I commend them for coming, but I also have concerns that to make this fund right, we were talking about 24%. Now, that being said,
It's a lot.
we dropped the ball. And so maybe we just kind of need to delay making it right and slowly get there, knowing that we've kind of subsidized it for a short while. But there's two questions that come to my mind. Is this is an advance that we're getting repaid? If we switch to the EPC, then we're not going to have the opportunity to recapture that. Because now they're going to be paying premiums for under the EPC, and what we've advanced is that we're going to have to do another action to treat it as a transfer then? Is that right?
It would go to a transfer, switching over. I think we would have to look to see if we can still bring in enough revenue to build up, that deficient amount. Because it would be an advance out of the general fund to the 024. And if we do EPC deductions, the 024 pretty much goes away.
Yeah, we can't.
It's all general fund expenses
So-
at that point.
If that advance hasn't been repaid, we've lost it, which I'm not saying it shouldn't happen, but the other thing is that at one point in time, some people looked at this and thought that this was a better rate and services would be good for our teachers and people on the plan. I think before we completely decide to abandon it, whatever the quotes the EPC provides and what we're anticipating, we should probably calculate, had we done increases every year to adjust for increases in premiums, would we have been this badly off? Because let's say we did 3 to 6% increases every year. Are we $100,000 in the hole at this point? Are we facing 15% or 24% increases? If the answer is no, then maybe this is still worth pursuing.
I think it is. I think.
But we need to I guess what I'm saying is,
I don't know.
this obviously makes sense. I think it needs to happen. But before we completely abandon, I think getting the EPC quotes is a very good first step. But I think we have to do true financial analysis of, had we done what we were supposed to do every year, would the yearly increases have been dramatically less than what is on the market, other than the self-insured with the stop loss? Because I think that that's the answer we need to understand before we decide. Anyone else?
I just one quick question. Is this self-insured, are we grouped with other, is this like a
No.
consortium?
No consortium. That would be what the EPC is. There are like 30 or more districts
Okay,
that all go in and
okay,
and it's not as transparent, I'm understanding, you know.
yes.
I mean, I don't know. If you provide reports to the district, there's differences, and self-insured is all just the tip
Okay.
district only.
Anything else? So there's the recommended actions to approval of the new insurance rates for remaining of 2023. Is there a motion? I will move. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion or questions?
You guys get to go first.
Mrs. Trump,
Mhm.
Mrs. Zakor?
I just want to clarify, this has been discussed with TCEA and there's been agreement that this has to be done.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Anyone else? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Patrick,
Yes,
Drum,
Yes.
Mains,
Yes,
Secor.
Yes,
motion passes. Next item is 5D, advance funds from general fund to health. The recommended action is to recommend to advance 150,000 from the general fund 001 to the health fund 02024. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Drum, any discussion?
No.
Mr. Maines, any discussion?
No,
Mrs. Zakor?
no,
Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Mains,
yes,
Patrick,
Yes,
Secor.
yes,
motion passes. Next item is 5E, sale of tiny house. Recommend actions, approval of resolution authorizing the sale of personal property owned by the board and no longer needed for school purposes. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Drum, any discussion?
No, I just think it's, well, other than saying, I think it's a really cool program that they do with this, and I just think it's awesome. And I love that it's carrying over to our third graders, like our third
Yeah.
graders too, and they're, I think that's awesome.
Mrs. Zakor.
Yeah, I might want to buy that little tiny house.
I know.
Anyway.
Since Can we buy it? Model.
My taxes would go down, I'm sure, so. Just gotta put that in there.
Anything else?
We're gonna be retiring soon, so, no.
Mr. Maines,
Be a heck of a downside.
Nothing.
Is it?
Mrs. Dunaway,
Back in the-
Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes.
motion passes. Next item is 6A, public records update. Mrs. Fox.
Yeah, I've been, I've updated the Google sheet for one. We've had not very many requests, a couple technology requests that have been processed. And we're working on finalizing those. Don't have very many outstanding requests at this time. I think I got just a new one as of lately regarding a curriculum question and trying to keep them up to date. Luckily, knock on wood, things are slowing down here. And I've updated the information there. Like I said, technology and myself did a little bit of time on these. One request I reported on for legal services actually was something called a FERPA request. So it's not in my treasurer's office. That was attorney discussion regarding some student information. But it was, they pull data from the attorney's office. And so I did make a note regarding some expenses that were requested there. I think that's all I have for public records requests. Trying to stay on top of those, so.
Any questions or comments? I have a question, Ms. Fox, just the sheet that we have, the Google sheet, that's all current and up to date.
Yes.
Okay. Next item is 7A, SRO MOU. The recommended action is a motion for approval of the MOU between the Tipp City Police Department, the Board of Council of the City of Tipp City, and the Tipp City Board of Education for the 2023-2024 school year. Is there a motion?
I will motion.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Mr. Maines, any discussion?
I've got a couple statistics here that I saw that came into play. That number one is that I think it was Case Reserve University up in Cleveland had mentioned that over 70% of the school districts in our state have SRO. And the other thing is, right now, I think it's important to note that Governor DeWine wants to put $388 million into the SROs over the next 2 years. So we have a source of funding that will be available. We'll need to, request the grants to get that. But I thought that was pretty good timing on Governor DeWine's process. And I think it's so important to provide this safety for our kids and our teachers and all of our staff members, given the way this world is unfortunately slanted recently. But the one question that I have is how does this coordinate with our DARE program? So are you going to make a presentation, Mr. Stefanik?
I can give one answer and then we've got
Yeah.
Chief Davis in the lobby too. He can add in.
Okay.
My understanding is that the SROs, the DARE officer is still in the schools and is planning to be in the schools next school year as well as the SRO officers. And then as they transition, the SRO officers will pick up the components of the DARE program that is taught in the classrooms, and they'll be doing some of that work. You guys just have a separate DARE officer.
Okay, all right, that's kind of thought
Is that accurate?
might be.
Yeah, it's correct.
Officer Davis?
DARE funding is going down year by year, so Officer Rittenhouse will be retiring after next year. He's mandatory retirement. So he will be the DARE officer next year at LT. So we'll actually have 3 officers in the schools, 2 SROs and DARE officers. And the SROs will take over the DARE training in the LT classes.
Okay, great.
Mrs. Zakor?
Yeah, I just want to confirm also that this, because I know this is a very new program for the police department and for the school. The funding is through some grants right now, is that correct?
Yes.
One saying yes, one saying no.
Yeah, it's a little different for next year.
So the wellness grant will pay for one of them, and then the other one will be paid from the money that you talk about with the governmental line.
Okay, so it's all tax dollars, but it's not coming directly local. So I think it's a great opportunity to assess, the newness and work out the kinks and whatever. We had the original one that was presented to the board a few weeks back. March 20th. Okay, thank you. And I'm really glad to see that there was slowing down of this and went back and revisited a lot of the key issues that were not in there initially. My concern was student records, protecting that for the student and the parents. Making that clear delineation between who gets to do what, where, and when. And we talked this new MOU. I encourage everybody to read it because I'm really proud of it. I think it's a really comprehensive. It hit the bullet points that I was concerned about: video surveillance, interrogations, the whole 9 yards. And so I think it's something to be very proud of for the district, because I'm hoping it will accomplish both ends. Provide the safety and what your organization needs to be able to do their job, and also protect what the school needs to do to look after being students. And I do want to thank Deputy Chief Jack Davis. I'm very impressed. You were quite receptive to the things that I sent you and the things that, my concerns. And I feel really safe, if you will, in that approach that you were concerned and you addressed those things and took it, and Mr. Stefanik took it up through the Council of City Attorneys versus also the school board attorneys. And so I think it's a great final product, and I'm pretty critical. And so and so I don't even help you right now. Yeah, and so I'm pleased with it. And I just think you guys, we both did the right things in putting this together. And I know there'll be little hiccups here and there, but
Yeah, we'll work through it.
the big issues I think have been really identified
We all had the same goals.
and addressed. So
I think it was appropriate that third grade class was here today. That's what we're here for. That's what this is for.
well, this too, this new MOU, it's not defined what buildings yet. And I thought that was kind of interesting, whereas the first MOU was high school, middle school. So
We're going to work with you guys.
Yeah.
And we'll make that
see where it
determination.
needs to happen.
And we'll figure that out as we go.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, great piece.
Anyone else?
I just had one quick question.
Mrs. Strom?
Okay, so I know at the last time we talked about this, Lisa, I think you mentioned a number of what we pay after school, for police presence at sporting events. Is that included within this MOU too?
Well,
I know we talked about it
that number
before.
will decrease
Okay,
a little because of their presence, but not all the way, because it's still after hours and we have to pay.
yes, I just wanted to check and see what that,
So
What it-
currently we provide 4 officers for football games.
Yes.
And 2 officers for basketball games.
Mhm.
So that, as long as you guys would want to continue that will stay the same.
okay,
What you're losing the temporary off-duty officer for 4 hours a day. that we're providing now. You'll have a full-time,
Yes,
two full-times.
I just wanted to, because that number was spit out before, so I wanted to make sure that everybody understood how that all played a part in it coming together.
And the SROs will also be involved in after-school activities, dances. That's their job.
Perfect. Love it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mrs. Dunaway?
So when this was presented on March 20th, I was very much against it. Not because of the concepts, but as it was written, it wasn't good for the district and it wasn't good for the police department. So I really appreciate the fact that you and Mr. Moran have worked really hard on this final document. And I think it shows that everyone's here to put students first. And that's very reflective in the language now. And also, since March 20th, I've learned that you and Mr. Moran are great communicators. And because of that knowledge, I know that because this is our first time doing it, you two will work really well together and change things. It's a fluid document. It's not written in stone. You know, I'm confident that you're both putting the students first. And now I went from no to super excited. So I appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you, guys. I mean, this was a team effort across the board.
I would like to thank the police department, our school administration staff, and the city council for working together. Like to thank all board members for their input and voting their concerns. I think it created a really good final product. Thanks for all your efforts. Anything else? Mr. Stefanik.
Just going to echo those comments. This is the way it's all supposed to work. People see some concerns and they see a draft of something that isn't where the expectation level is. They share their concerns. We take the information, we process it, we involve folks from the city and the school district, and you come up with a product that can work for everybody. So my thanks as well to everyone that raised the concerns and provided input and direction for this, and it worked out with a much better product.
I appreciate the time of Mr. Stefanik and the police department. We were able to work together to get, I think, again, craft some language that really can focusing on helping kids and protecting, working together to make that happen. And I look forward to working with the police department. I think it's going to be a good partnership.
I'd
Go
just
ahead,
like
Mrs.
to add also, it does take an involved board and slowing the brakes sometimes on something and bringing things to the attention of the project that sometimes get dismissed and overlooked, kind of in a good intentions, but maybe moving a little too fast and not being thorough enough and looking things. So that's why I'm glad that this final product that we didn't rush in and approve the first MOU that was out there.
Anyone else? All right, Mrs. Fox, please. Thank you,
Thank you.
Deputy Chief Davis. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Maines,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry.
Yes. Motion passes.
Old business real quick, can I interrupt?
Go ahead.
In our March 20th board meeting, that was the board meeting where the seniors have to attend for government class, and we allowed those seniors to leave early.
Yes.
So tonight there are 3 seniors here, or I'm sorry, 5 seniors here. So I think they should have the same grace as the March 20th group did. And I think we let them leave at the 2-hour or the 2.5-hour mark. So we should do the same for the current students tonight. So I would like to, however you want to address that, I'll make a motion
Yeah.
that the seniors leave now.
Yeah.
I'll note that Mrs. Dunaway has made a motion to release the seniors. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mrs. Drum.
And we'll find them.
Is there any further discussion? Mrs. Fox, the motion before the board is to release the seniors at present time to be consistent with past meeting where seniors were present at the 8 o'clock mark or 8:03 mark. Please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Maines,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
I'm a senior. Do I get to go?
Yes, go ahead. I'll sign your paper. Bring it down here. Get it
You
signed.
guys think that's
Yeah.
signed? Come on,
Yeah,
guys.
just
I know
come
I thought you guys like that. You're good to go. Bye, girl.
Let's
Enjoy your evening.
take a quick second to sign these and then
Give me a sign if you
we're
feel.
not gonna take an official
We
recess.
just need one signature.
You good, Alex? Yep.
Everybody get their signatures?
Thanks for coming, guys.
And I didn't get our signatures.
Can we send your paper?
Yes.
Next item is.
Mr. Watson, let me sign your paper.
Yeah, and Mr. Watson too, that's right.
Get up there.
You're a senior, come on.
The next item on the agenda is new business consent agenda. The recommended action is to approve all consent agenda items as noted. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mrs. Dunaway, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. There is no discussion for consent agenda items. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Baines,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Secor.
Yes.
motion passes. Next item is new business. Before we proceed, Mrs. Zakor, you asked me a question about the new business number 2.
Oh, no.
Good business.
Yeah, and my answer was that it is we had done it in past practices. And I think I said it was related to timing, but I think I'm inferring that, and I don't know exactly, because in our agenda discussion, it was discussed that timing of various items and where they would be placed. And so, and I deferred to Mr. Moran and Mr. Stefanik. And so I guess we probably need to hear it from them versus my inference. So I guess, is there an answer? Mrs. Zakor's initial question was, and correct me if I'm conferring stuff with you as well, but you were trying to understand why we're splitting it up.
I just don't recall seeing that before.
Okay.
And I know it's been a timing issue sometimes with executive sessions, but always kind of finagle the executive session or before, or
So,
something.
Mr. Stefanik, Ms. Maranka, rather than me infer the reason, can you provide us the reason?
There's some things in executive session that could impact those items. We wouldn't have the.
Yeah, so I figured, I just not seen it. I've never seen a number 2.
Usually we do the executive session first and then just
Number
come out.
4. Yeah,
Okay.
so,
And
Some
again,
possible things to it.
yeah.
and one of the items came off of a motion to table at the last meeting. And there were some concerns about what was confidential information for executive session, what was public information for an agenda item. So we would address those questions, and then whatever can be addressed in public session would come out in new business number 2.
Got it.
To discuss those items.
So I was incorrect in there. This is according, do you have anything then you wanted to do differently?
No.
Thank you for the clarification. So that having discussed item 9A, anonymous donation acceptance, the recommended action is motion to approve the following donation from an anonymous donor totaling $1,000 related to Tippecanoe High School, the Florida baseball trip. Is there a motion?
Move.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Zakor, any discussion?
No.
Mrs.
So
Drum?
thank you.
Mrs. Drum?
Same. Thank you.
Any other board members?
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Secor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Baines,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is a Tip City Rotary Club donation acceptance. Recommend actions, motion for approval to accept a $300 donation from Tip City Rotary Club to be used on Tippecanoe Middle School activity for St. Vincent de Paul Dayton.
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Zakor. Is there-
Second.
Second by Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Zakor?
No.
Mrs. Dunaway?
Nope.
All right. Anyone else?
It's just thank you to the Rotary Club.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you as well. All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Secor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Baines,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9C, Tip Foundation Grant Acceptance. Recommend action is motion for approval to accept $2,334 in grant dollars from Tip Foundation.
Move.
The donations are,
Sorry.
that's all right. So, Army Director for Stephen Moneth for $699 and author and illustrator visit for $1,635 to Nancy Harris. And motion by Mrs. Zakor,
Second,
second by Mrs. Drum. Mrs. Zakor, any discussion?
Big thank you.
Mrs. Drum,
yes, thank you to the Tip Foundation. We appreciate it.
any other board members?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you to Mrs. Karas and Mr. Moneth. Those are, you know, it takes time to write these.
I was just gonna say that too.
And they're
Thank you.
both very engaged and I see their name up here quite a bit.
Yes.
And the money's there to be used, but you have to write the grants. So
Mhm.
thank you.
I echo everything that's been said. Thank you. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Zakor,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes,
Dunaway,
Yes.
Ames,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes, motion passes. Next item is 9D, graduating class of 2023. The recommended action is motion for approval of 205 graduates for the graduation class of 2023, subject to successful completion of all requirements for graduation and fulfillment of all obligations. The seniors' last day will be May 26, 2023. Is there a motion?
I moved.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Drum, any discussion?
Nope, I'm good.
Mr. Maines?
Just congratulations. You know, I saw that list and, you know, I have to say I had about 8 or 9 of those kids in my Sunday school class when I used to teach Sunday school. I'm proud of all of them, all the Sunday school and all the rest of the kids. They're great kids, great athletes.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'd also like to say congratulations to the kids and congratulations to the parents who did such a great role in raising their kids and instilling those values of education, et cetera. And this, I just looked at the list today. It's just, you know, crying too. You're crying too? Oh, yeah. So it's a crying moment, it's a proud moment, and it's a glorious moment. And hey, it's great. Yeah.
Anyone else? Congratulations to all. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Ames,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes,
Yes.
motion passes. Next item is 9E, Sagecrafters. Recommend actions motion for approval of the following staff for Sagecrafters 2022-2023. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Maines. Is there a second?
Second,
Second by Mrs. Drum. Mr. Maines, any discussion?
No.
Mrs. Drum?
No, thank you, Mr. Watson. I appreciate that. I was just gonna say, I think this is a fantastic program. My daughter is elated again to be a part of it. I know that the kids work really hard on it, to make it an amazing program. And if you guys have time this summer, please come and see it. It's an amazing program they do.
Anyone else? Mrs. Zakor?
Yeah, I echo that. My kids went through it and it is a great, it's a great summer program activity. I do have one question though for the director, Mrs. J. 3408 per hour, because I remember
We've gone round.
didn't we have like a cap on that or?
We've gone round and round with it. Yes and no. back and forth.
Yeah, what are we do? Is that,
I'm not sure.
Simon, you were there. We talked about this once. I think we capped.
Sometimes we've kept it, sometimes we
Yeah.
haven't. It's gone both ways. One year we didn't and it got way out of control. It's our most expense ever. It was really shocking.
And then when we capped it, you remember what it was?
I have to go through.
Do you want me to go back and see if I would have to find it in like the,
Do you remember Melanie?
It's
It's only
only
about your second year with this. Have to pull the information. Yeah.
Do you remember, Mr. Stefanik? We had that discussion, remember?
The year it was out of control, you were not here. Dave Stevens was treasurer.
Okay.
Because we switched.
I don't remember the conversation. I wanted to go back and.
Does it have to be approved tonight? Is this a time sensitive thing?
summer program.
Can we do it? If
Maybe
there's work
something
session?
table per week. Yeah,
Just on the
expense.
program director part, the producer part?
Yeah.
Because the year we didn't cap that, it was astronomically expensive, like it was way out of.
I think Amber's looking for it.
Are you,
Yeah, I was gonna see if I could find anything on it.
Ms. Dunaway,
Yes,
are you talking about the hourly rate or the number of hours?
Number of hours.
it was an hourly rate, but we didn't cap it. And then when we got the final bill at the end of the summer, it was a shocker.
Because of too many hours.
It was a lot of hours.
Too many hours. That was the.
We had
hours
never
that
paid
we-
that much ever.
I remember.
It was the year Jim Segona left, and then we had the new person come in.
So Candace was running this program, correct?
It was Mrs. Lamer's year. Mrs. Lamer's is the year that we changed it.
Yeah, I know that, I remember them discussing how much it costs to bring it, the fee to bring the kids in. And expenses. I know there was budget information in the office as far as how much they want to bring in, because they do bring in quite a bit. And then
Yeah,
they
it's
spend-
$200 per kid.
Yeah, I think they try to keep it in line with the revenues. I have to go back and look at it.
Because I know they have to pay for the script, like.
You can't just give an open checkbook. Yeah, we
I
can't
just
just
don't
give an
know
open
the number
checkbook
on it.
to the program producer. We did that one year and it did not end well.
I don't want to stifle the conversation, but technically Mrs. Zakor still has the floor.
No, that's okay. I raised it.
All
Yeah.
right, so then I think Mrs. Dunaway now has the floor. Mrs. Dunaway.
Yeah, no, my suggestion would be if we could just wait on the program producer part until May 2nd, so that we can establish some type of guideline. We just don't want to have an open checkbook with, however many hours you want, and then, it's never anyone's intention to do that. It just wouldn't be her fault. It's our job to put a governor on it, not theirs.
Anything else, Mrs. Dunaway?
Nope.
Mrs. Drum?
No, I was just looking at it.
So they cap the hours worked for the producer,
Yes.
not a dollar.
Well, it might
Per
have been
hour.
the dollar. There was a cap, whether it was dollar oriented or hour oriented. I know there was a ceiling.
Yeah.
And I think Mrs. Dahl was part of.
Yeah, it goes back like 4 years. Oh, well, it did 4 years, because Corinne was here. So. If you just pull up the budget from like 4 years ago. Like I said, we don't have to do this now. If we could table everything, but that, I don't know if this needs to be approved tonight, if we do it May 2nd. But I'm not comfortable just having. Just let us know what it is. No, that's not how finances work.
Mrs. Dunaway, would you like to make a motion to table this item to the next work session?
I don't know. I don't know if it has to be, I'm asking her if it has to be approved tonight, if it's gonna hold things up. That's my question.
I don't think stagecraft are started until the nearing end of school.
Okay, then we can do it May 2nd with
probably.
the budget. We need some type of budget information. The board needs budget and I need budget information to vote on this, is all.
Approved it, but it didn't have.
So Mrs. Dunaway, are you prepared to make the motion to table that?
I didn't get an answer, so this does not need to be approved tonight, is that what we're saying? So the final thing?
I guess I can ask Mark, do you remember starting the stagecraft?
It's after school.
I mean, we could essentially even go to the next meeting after that.
Okay,
Which is the 20th.
Yeah.
I'd have to.
I would make a motion to table this until the next regular scheduled board meeting, which is still within the school year.
The motion is to table this to the next, not the next work session, but the regular scheduled
Board
meeting.
meeting.
All right, motion by Mrs. Dunaway to table this item to the next regularly scheduled meeting. Which, not the next work session, but the regular board meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'll second.
So Mrs. Dunaway, second by Mr. Maines. Mrs. Dunaway, any discussion related to the motion to table?
Yeah, I would just ask Mrs. Fox that you send us the information for how we've done it the last 2 years, whether it was. How many hours, just give us the budget, just if you could do the stagecrafters budget for the last 4 years for the program producer, so we know what we're working with. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Maines, any discussion?
No, I think it's a good idea.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I will add that also. I remember now you see all these wonderful student volunteers on pay. That was something else that got changed because they were being paid a stipend. And we just decided, everybody's shaking that, hey, when you're in theater, you just really yearn for those opportunities to have that, stage association, et cetera. I guess it's worked out okay in terms of unpaid. They don't seem to be short volunteers, so I think that's a good thing.
Anyone else? The present motion before the board is to table this item 9E until the next regular scheduled meeting of the Board of Education. Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Maines.
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patrick,
Abstain?
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 9E is tabled until the next regular meeting. Next item is 10, citizens may address the board. Our next. And I just realized that I've had this sign up sheet here the whole time, so forgive me. If anybody wishes to address the board that's not written into this, please feel free to come up and place your name. First person is Mrs. Bowman. Ms. Bowman.
You answered me.
Okay, my first paragraph is obsolete now because I was going to say I see Tipp Pride on the agenda, but I didn't know if it was an executive session item or not, but now I do know that. But anyway, from what I hear, Tipp Pride's laying the mess of the stadium at the feet of the school and the taxpayers now. They have been a thorn in my side for a very long time. They may even want the taxpayers to pay for their newest legal fees, as one lawsuit has already been brought their way for the stadium fiasco, and who knows how many more may be brought. As a taxpayer, I've already put a lot of money into the stadium. More money has been put into the stadium by the taxpayers and by private donors who went around Tipp Pride rather than give their money to Tipp Pride, which if you look at their tax forms, you'll understand why. I don't believe the taxpayers know how much money we have poured into this project after being told Tipp Pride was going to foot the bill. Tipp Pride has gone before the school board many times and city council to tell everyone they were footing the bill and that this was city property and that the school and the city were not going to be responsible. This was their project and the school was separate from them. They prodded and prodded on that, continued to say it over and over. Wow, look where we are now. I encourage everyone to go to ProPublica.org or just type in Tipp Pride tax forms and you will find your way to their tax forms to read yourself. You will see the first page, and then if you click full filing, you'll see the whole return. These forms are only there from 2017 to 2020 tax years at this current date, but hopefully soon 2021 will be there as well for you to see. Their 2021 taxes have been filed with the state, but you can only see page 1, no detail on the money on the state's website. They have, however, been in the red since 2018. I know they've walked into the board before in December and presented their version of what's gone on since 2016, but the tax forms tell another story. I will also tell you during their presentation, they said anyone could request and look at their financials. That is not true. I emailed my request to them asking for their latest full tax filings and I was flatly denied. Their lack of transparency seems to mimic the school board's lack of transparency. As I have said in the past, Tipp Pride has a low rating on the charity watch list because of their lack of transparency. I would also tell you that there are no legal fees on these tax forms, and they stood here in December and even said the school's attorneys drew up a draft for their donor forms. We have already paid for their legal fees for them with the drawing up of drafts, paying for the lawyer to come from Columbus to City Council to talk about a new ground lease or purchase of the stadium from the city so the school could use the land as collateral to get money for a loan to pay for the completion of the stadium when and if Tipp Pride fell through, which I think we're there. And of course, the conversations with Tipp Council to trade the Broadway site for the stadium once the school's torn down, again, so the school could use the stadium as collateral to finish the stadium project. As I look back on previous school board meetings, I have failed to find any vote taken by any board member to pay for legal fees of Tipp Pride. I guess without any citizen comment or vote by the board of any sort, somehow a previous board member or administrator okayed and signed off on legal fees paid by the taxpayers for Tipp Pride. We, the taxpayers, paid for their past legal fees without any approval or any voice. I, as a taxpayer, do not want to pay for their legal fees or their problems. So be cautious about how you throw my money around concerning Tipp Pride. And just a note about ethics before you discuss Tipp Pride, I think the public should know that Mr. Maines, sitting on our board, was their CPA of record on their taxes in the past. Also, one of Tip Pride's board members uses Mr. Patry's law office as their legal team. Their last case of record was in 2021 and settled in 2022. This raises possible code of ethics violations in my eyes. Some of those ethics rules may be not succumbing to the influence of individuals or of special interest groups, which I would say Tip Pride qualifies as a special interest group. Refrain from using your board position for the benefit of yourself, family, or business associates. Both of you and your offices and your business associates have had and do business with them in some capacity, and avoid conflicts of interest or the appearance thereof. From my seat, this does, on both of your parts, look to be a huge conflict of interest. Therefore, unless you can explain to me and to the public how it is not, then I believe you should abstain from any voting for anything for or against anything involving Tip Pride and the stadium or their legal issues.
30 seconds.
Oh, well, since I have 30 seconds, as a side note, and I have said this time and time again, a policy needs to be made so these organizations cannot come in and tear up owned or rented land from anybody and start these projects without all the money up front. And I know Neola cannot help you with this policy because I've already talked to the school's Neola representative. And he cannot help you, but he says it can be done just the same way as you do your little lice policies or any other little policies. A policy needs to be written so we don't fall into this rat hole again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bone.
Thank you, Mrs. Bone.
No, Mr. Mays. Mr. Watson.
I'm going to discuss the Central Broadway School site, past, present, and future. When I go downtown to my shop, people are always stopping, talking about what's going to happen with Broadway and Central. It's for the community, and I think over and over the Garmin Miller was discussing about tearing it down. I think sorry to say, would have to go back to the previous architect we had, who told my friend a CPA office in Dayton, after he drew up the new Broadway school and got paid for that, he told the CPA, Tip City will never pass a bond issue if they tear down Broadway and Central. So that's kind of what I tell the public when they ask me what's going on. I said, well, they tear it down, then they have to have the recourse of a no vote because it's tore down. You can't bring it back. I know that's a little confusing, but when I was on the planning board, we implemented the 0 lot line for the town of Tip City. Broadway site has 33 lots as it sits right now at the Miami County Courthouse. So you think we have to do one thing with the site? No, you can get 0 lot lines. Examples of people I've talked to, the Historical Society would love to have Central. They're out of room, they can't accept nothing. They even had a big thing about accepting the desk that was in the postmaster's office. They would like to accept things that are offered. We have the oldest, largest building in Tip City, Central. We paid Midwest $10,000 to tell us it was restorable. So I think we need to take that in fact instead of saying bulldoze it, Garmin and Miller. There's another option we could do. I looked into Troy. If Troy can do it, Tip City can do it. That's always been my attitude, and Troy has been very successful. They have the Hainer Cultural Center. It's owned by the school district. You have the same taxpayers, school, Hainer. So they work together and they put on a levy every 5 years for the Hainer culture, which gives them money to hire a director, which keeps the program going. It is a very popular place, especially for the arts. And Tip City could have the same thing in Central. Bigger lot line, maybe I'm just speaking off the cuff here, take 3 lots and you can do it. Broadway, at the community meeting, they talked about having the gym, taking the gym for the stage and for basketball. I've read in the AAA magazine, a school in West Virginia made hotel rooms for people, destination hotel rooms, like if people come to Tip City to see historical things or to do business downtown, they have a place here they know is kind of unique. You go into the science room, that's your room number. So anyway, there is things we need to have a vision for instead of, and I talked to my friend at the OFC, and he tells me that the school buildings are a community asset. And we need to protect them as a community asset. Like his example was, each of us have a house. If the roof goes bad, we don't tear the house down, we fix the roof. I know that's been a situation for Nevin County. Bad roof, tear the building down. Tip City has not got their historical district if they did that practice in the past years with the roofs. So I would encourage you to take a long vision towards what we do with the buildings if the OFC is saying their asset. And he also told me something that the OFC will do for us. But I'm gonna keep it a secret and a check and balance for Garmin Miller and see if they tell us everything. Is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. Is there anybody else that would like to be heard?
You're bad.
All right. Next item is executive session, but prior to going to executive session, I will call a 5-minute recess. The time is 8:31. We will resume at 8:36 p.m. No problem. I think
one counts towards NDS.
Oh, where's our board members?
Oh, they both.
Yeah, we still got to come back though. All right, we're back on. We are a little tardy coming back from recess. It is now 8:39 PM. We were supposed to come back at 8:36. Forgive the delay. The next item is 11A, adjourn to executive session.
Pipe down up there. Oh, motion. I'll make the motion.
So,
Well, he's got to read it.
all right,
I thought he just did.
we're back on the record. No,
Don't
it's all
walk
right.
fast. Take your time. You're.
Yeah, do
Don't-
do
yeah,
not, be
please do
careful
not.
of any
Please
wires.
don't. Yeah.
Please don't.
Right, the recommend, so
No, click and pop.
Right. if I could just. All right. So we are now on item 11A, executive session, adjourn executive session. The recommended actions to adjourn executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G1 and G3. G1, to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual, unless the public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual requires a public hearing. Under G3, to confer with an attorney for the Board of Education concerning disputes involving the board that are subject of pending or imminent court action. Potential invitees include but not limited to Mr. Stefanik, Mr. Moran, Dr. Tuttle Huff, and the Board of Education's attorneys. Official action may follow the executive session. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Drum, any discussion? Mrs. Zakor, any
No.
discussion? Any other board members?
No,
And just to ask the administration, does the list of potential invitees list all the potential invitees that we anticipate? It does?
As far as I know.
Okay, all right, Mrs. Fox, any other discussion? Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Mains,
yes.
Patrick.
Yes. Motion passes. We are now adjourned to executive session. And time is 10:09 PM. We are now adjourned from executive session and return to the regular session. Next item is new business. Item 12A, administrative staff for 2023 to 2024. Recommend actions, motion for approval of the following administrative staff for the 2023-2024 school year. Is there a motion?
I move.
Motion by Mrs. Drum. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Dunaway. Mrs. Drum, any discussion? Mrs. Dunaway?
No.
Any other board members?
No,
No.
I guess, Mr. Stefanik and Mrs. Moran. Is this right for decision as it's recommended at this time? Or does it need to be tabled in your opinion?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Point of order, Mrs. Dunaway.
Yeah. Point of order.
Calling me stupid is not appropriate.
Well, Simon, how can you read our emails and not know that that document was correct for the love of all things?
Please don't use derogatory remarks.
Well,
Mrs.
you
Fox.
called me out, so you called Ann a moron.
Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Means,
yes.
Patrick,
Yes,
Secor.
Yes.
motion passes. Next item is 12B, pride discussion.
I move that we remove this from the agenda.
Motion to remove item 12B from the agenda made by Mrs. Jones, seconded by Mrs. Zakor. Mrs. Drum, any discussion? Mrs. Zakor?
No.
Any other board members? Right, Mrs. Fox, present motion is to remove item 12B from the agenda. Please call the vote.
Drum,
Yes.
Secor.
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Means,
Yes,
Patrick.
Yes. Motion passes. Next item is 13A, suggested agenda items. Any discussion? Seeing none. Next item is 14A, upcoming meetings. Next work session meeting will take place on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 at the Board of Education, beginning at 5 PM. The next regular board meeting will take place on Monday, May 22nd, 2023 at the Board of Education, beginning at 6 PM. Is there any other business for the board? With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Maine, second by Mrs. Dunaway. Any discussion? All right, Mrs. Fox, please call the vote.
Means,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Drum,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
and Secor.
Yes.
Motion passes, meeting adjourned, time is 10:13 PM.